Zepla, you are returned. Yes. Have you been well, you and the others? We've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. Then things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. He said this to you, these exact words. Oh, to know that he's happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Zepla, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself, futile a request though it is. Tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. It should be like, well, actually, I'm here because the final days are upon us, so. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance, even as we speak. Debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the settlement council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while the representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she's been of late. Oh, right, she's the Oracle. She and other Crystarium youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she'll be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the umbilicus. Very well. I shall fetch the key at once and take the opportunity to find her. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the cabinet of curiosity, shall we say. I'll be along as soon as I can. Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Zepla? Hey. Ha, it is. Full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we're planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's Return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that's key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing a spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. There's no end to the questions I would ask you. If you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? Are we talking emotional struggle? Probably. Hades, who bore the burden of his people. Ah, yes, Hades, he who sought to resurrect his ancient brethren. He was the final obstacle in your quest to restore the night, your battle in the depths of the tempest, the stuff of epics. Yet compelling as it is, I worry that mere words wouldn't do justice to that fateful confrontation. Not that we would think to omit it entirely, of course. No, at the very least, we will impress upon readers that it was the climax of your hero's journey. Oh, no, you'd love to talk her ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves. Of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise. Till next time. And our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Is that the warrior of darkness? Oh, it's her. It's really her. What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Riki. You'd only give her a stomachache. We've come to see Morin to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arkell isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem alright. It's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about lots of things. He isn't here? Oh. Oh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arkell best? Axe, sword, or bow? For fighting and hunting both, the bow. The bow. If you took up the bow, you could be just like Rendere, the warrior of light. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide. Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style and maybe try something else later on. Yes, did you know that you can be all jobs on one character? When I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Okay, bye. Such fun she's been having, basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does she spare a thought for me? Of course not. Oh, I know who that is. Oh, I know who that is. I waited and waited and waited, and she won't so much as acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch. They're right here. Such a heartless thing. Her sapling is cold and cruel and heartless. Oh, faithful fair Ul, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you. If you truly miss me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you'll call me twice, with twice the passion next time, than for there to be a next time. You've some few struggles to overcome. So my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? She would know all about it. How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fae folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow, such is our way. most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. But you're the ones you're waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion awaits at tale's end. That was awesome. It's really good to see her. Those are great. Oh, hey. My apologies for the delay. Zepla, it's wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I'll leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. It did. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, and then close, and then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. But then I blinked, and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Zepla, what are you not telling me? I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. Was it my imagination then? The doom we witnessed in Amarat has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the first, so don't worry about us. Please, look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. So, I wonder if this is a good stopping point for today, because it's 1:30 in the morning for me, and I need to start getting ready for bed. I don't want to be going to bed super late. It's 1:30, so I might stop here. I'm not sure. Is it a good idea? One more? Okay. One more quest. You're headed to the umbilicus to consult with Elpis, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again. I'm certain of it. Yeah, remembering everyone here. And Emet-Selch too.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business. Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elpis entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. Oh. You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
This won't be easy to explain.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star.
Yeah.
The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elpis, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
I'm sorry.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude.
Yeah, saved Zodiac. True.
Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days.
Wow. So it was because of him they forestalled it, and then...
And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate.
Yeah.
Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there. And before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fangirl, he was their chief.
Fortune.
He was Hermes.
Hermes.
That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis.
What?
No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility.
What?
And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief.
What? How am I gonna do
In
that?
glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy.
What?
As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment.
But
Given the eons
if I
that
mess
must
up-
be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you.
oh,
Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change.
oh,
For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come.
because it will put me into a different reality. I won't return here. I got it.
In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act.
It's sad that he has to...
You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
We need him. Like, we need him around. But...
The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence.
Oh my god. He...
Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act?
Yeah, but I didn't want to believe it.
Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here.
Yeah, I know.
The ones I love and long to see again are waiting. In that promised land. Beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Man. No, it's so sad. Oh my god. Or home. Made it home. Made it home. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. Your form is intangible. Shit. This is... I'm really here. This is the right place, yes? Proper land? This facility is proper land. Try to poke, nothing. They can't see me. But he saw me. Elpis saw me. That's why he must have remembered it. Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Black robe and half mask. Much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorum and the recreated Amarat, it would seem you've made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much glance in your general direction. Oh my gosh, this is so frustrating. Because it's like, no, senpai, notice me. Can I attune with it? Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. It's so thin. Oh my god, we're really here, we're really here! How to open it? I can't believe this, we're really...
And here we are, Elpis. Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor? Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
Is it the days?
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Oh shit. He sees me. He
Satisfied?
sensed something.
I thank you for your cooperation.
Oh my god.
You are free to go about your
I'm
business.
losing it. I'm losing it right now. It's like, holy shit. Oh my god.
the by. You see it too, yes?
Oh my god.
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's.
Oh my god!
Do you suppose she created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Oh my god.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Oh my god. I'm losing it right now. I can lose something. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, okay. I'm like, I want to cry, and I also am like, want to dance and party at the same time.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded.
Give me a little bit. Give me a little bit. Give me a little bit of that.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
Okay. Snap. Am I still awake? Is this a dream? Where am I? Where are you? Where are you?
You may open your eyes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I thought... Oh. Oh, I'm a big girl now.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
Wow.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
This is incredible. My mind is blown right now. Okay. They're so beautiful.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings. I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emet-Selch of the Convocation of 14.
Oh my god, I'm losing myself. I can barely contain myself right now. I can't lose. Oh my god. Oh my god, I need to take some deep breaths. Right now I'm fucking losing my shit. Okay. So all my, like, all the fanfics becoming true. Okay.
And how might we address you, my new friend?
This is fine. I'm actually, this is amazing. It's more than fine.
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
I'm from the future.
You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
I want to learn about Elpis.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If she truly wished to be here, then she would be.
Right you are.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emet-Selch's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide.
I can't leave. Like, I can't finish this quest. Like, we can't leave here. We can't leave here. Okay. This is it. This is the real final days, the final quest.
And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
Oh my god.
Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
Whoa. What? Dog.
This presence.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
There's a bird. Kid?
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Wouldn't you like to know? Wow. Oh my god. Emet-Selch. Holy shit. This is so great. In case you didn't know, it's rude to stare. Stop. I'm sorry, I can't. I love it. I love the sass, the constant sass. Man, this is so crazy. He said, those researchers are from the Academia Unider's Words of Halmarit, here to observe the state of the local flora. And of course, I remember them. I remember the words of Halmarit that big stretch of enemies to get in the dungeon. Oh my god, this is so great. Like, how can we... I can't leave here. Like, this is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Oh, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to begin to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. Fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. Oh, I'm already enjoying it. Rest assured. Rest assured. I'm enjoying it very much. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Tired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emet-Selch wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. No, in that case... No, your whim, your responsibility. You're not getting another thimble of ether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes. You'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well. I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Oh my god. Wow. Oh, now the clouds are gone. What? Wow. My god. This is so great. Oh my god, it's everything I hoped. That's what I imagined, but dare not dream would happen. Oh my god. No means no. Just be grateful I'm even willing to wait. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Petaludi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Petaludi first. Good luck. Okay. Yeah, this is happening. This is happening. There's the paradise. You caught the Petaludi? Let's see. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. Now, a spot of reversion. There, it's ready. And I'm gonna get a new outfit as well. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. You turn living beings into clothing, just like that. Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to the constituent ether first. Lest you wonder why I asked for two species, it's due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce a garb with superior etheric stability. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least, it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emet-Selch speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. The question is whose? Oh, of course, Asm's. If you say you belong to her, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. That checks out. That does check. That sounds about right. Exploiting our associate's absence. For her lack of her presence? Absolutely. Were she here, she'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let's continue with our errand. Oh my god. Yay! I get it. I get an outfit. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. You know I gotta glam it. You know I gotta glam that right now. Oh my gosh. Awesome. I guess I should hide the weapon. Trying to fit in, right? Oh my god, this is so great! So about not standing up. Like, oh. Alright. Alright. Oh. Just my butt. It's just I have an extra friend I brought. I hope that's okay. I hope that's alright. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Oh my god. It's really, really so good. Amazing. Okay. As dubious as it is, passing you off as Asm's familiar is probably the best approach. Should she take offense that others so readily believe her recklessness is to blame, she's welcome to mend her ways. Pass as a child in your original size? I think not. Augmented or no, your ether is still far too thin to be considered normal. Am I ready to continue on? Yes. I've taken my screenshots. This is just so great. Let's continue along the path. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Okay. Wow, what a beautiful place. Everything is awesome in the past. We should just stay here. There's no need to return to the present when everything is so good here in the past. There's no problems. We have all favorite characters. Well, not all, but a lot. And there's good screenshot areas and Emet-Selch as well. And also Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, and also Emet-Selch. Do you know where Hermes is? Yes? Can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Oh my god, but I just suddenly realized that, like, in our time, Zodiark is destroyed, and that means that all the souls that he was holding they're gone. The Watcher said that if anything happens to Zodiark, all the souls go to oblivion, and that's why they let you talk to the original Hythlodaeus the one last time. That's it. But maybe... Okay, oh my god, I'm gonna freak out if I think about it. We should speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Oh my gosh. Well, now, by your mask, I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion on the matter would be appreciated. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you'll find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. Okay. I say, Hythlodaeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emet-Selch and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up, a special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense. But I would not assume you possess any. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance. And I thank you for humoring me. Let's find our man.
You are...
Hermes.
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Cool.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts.
Cool.
May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
Oh my gosh, she's so cute. I mean, yeah.
Ah, I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Emet-Selch at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteion. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing.
She's really thin ether, like me.
But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amystoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
He's just like constantly roasting everyone and everything.
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Meteion created a sky-swimming fish. The amystomas, too, can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help, too!
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emet-Selch and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
The ambystoma was submitted to the Bureau not long ago, and I'm pleased to see it has found its way here. We'll make sure these little ones don't wander off like their adventurous fellow. Go on and lead Hermes a hand. The tenet of the words of Meteion is to create aquatic life, both unique and beneficial. Aquatic. What would possess them to put this creature in the sky? Is it even aquatic to begin with? This is literally like it's like a dream come true, you know? Like it's what I had imagined and hoped could occur, but I also feel doubt and worry as well. And sadness, because it's like you know about all that's gone. Really gone. It seems Hermes and Meteion have found their quarry. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite— oh my god, I just noticed— who is it? Hermes saw it high up the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine. If a little embarrassed. For your own safety, please stand back. Oh my god. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry. Both you and, Zepla. Moon, you're called. An intriguing name. Somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no, I've forgotten all about its fellows. They're... Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way, as Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Thanks. I'm having a great time. And I'm not going to be leaving anytime soon, just so you're aware of that. This place is full of surprises. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space. If you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you'll see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Well, I said I was gonna do one more quest an hour ago when it was 1:30 in the morning. Now it's almost 3, so I have to sleep as much as I don't want to, but at least sleeping means that I will be here remaining in this reality for at least a little longer. And that is very, very good. Wow. I'm super happy. I feel so many different emotions being here. Like, I am overjoyed. And I hope I can stay and not go back. But what about the others? Like, what about Estinian? Such a nice place. We're staying here for a long time. So today, we are going to continue this beautiful, beautiful dream that is Elpis. I was very emotional last night when we got here. I was like literally crying and also like overjoyed, like sad, happy, overjoyed. Like, oh my gosh, I feel so many different emotions just being here, because it's like something that I had dreamed and hoped that could occur in some way, and it's happened. I went to sleep at like 3 in the morning. For me, this is really bad. This is really bad. Like, I canceled my Japanese lesson. I usually have that first thing in the morning. I canceled it Monday and Tuesday. Tomorrow, I'm not gonna be able to cancel it. So I have to get up really early again. But last night, it was like 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, guys, I think I need to go to bed. And y'all are like, one more request. And I'm like, okay, one more. You see what happened with that. I mean, no regrets, but I did have a hard time going to sleep because I was so hyped. I'm literally laying there like it's too many emotions to sleep. It's so beautiful and it's so happy here, but also just knowing what you know, it's also really sad. And so I'm feeling really conflicted because you can't block out like that dark knowledge that you have of the future. Like, this is such a grim situation to be in as a time traveler. And I was thinking, you know, Azim the traveler, that's who you are. How fitting that you would be traveling time as well. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I love it here. I'm gonna spend all my time here. We can't turn this quest in. Like, whatever the quest is that takes you out, we can't do it. We're gonna have to stay here. So, oh my god, I was still freaking out about this. No, I have not calmed down about this. While Emet-Selch has been accommodating this far, he is the one who has business with Hermes. If you wish to attend, you'll have to ask his permission. Oh god. He's not gonna let me do that.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
Do I need to tell him?
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
He says this while smiling. I don't know. I have important things to say to him as well.
Yes, I'm sure your business with Hermes is quite pressing. You may speak with him to your heart's content after ours is concluded.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe she can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
He seemed upset by what this meeting is about.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
No. Okay.
I will be good.
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
What?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
What? Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the Star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteion outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
So, when they step down, when they retire, they literally... Forgive me. Perhaps we can go for a walk? Okay. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am, how he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So why did you come here? Am I gonna tell her? Oh my god. Okay, no. You wanna learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh. Teach you, I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, and you tell me something. Sounds like fun. Cool, okay. It will be, yeah. Where to start? Yes, let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the ether, right? I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is. Okay. How cute is she? I wonder, I bet like right now, like obviously I'm not looking at Twitter, social media, or forums or anything, but I bet that right now there is a ton of people begging to have bird people in the game. Like 100%. There's probably somebody at this moment working tirelessly on the bird people mod, which you should not use because they're against the rules. What have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the ears of a beast. Well, I mean, it's... Yes, I assume you're a familiar like Meteion. Is there something you need? Hey! But you notice my ears. This is Zepla. Could you teach her about Elpis? A newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing, which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well and be good. Do you hear? We will, Memnon. Thanks for the lesson. So, are Viera... Were we originally created as familiars? I don't know. Okay, probably not. You had a turn? No, I get a turn. Where did you come from? Well, she's a little girl and she's very emotional, so we don't want to upset her. From a place far, far away. Then I probably don't know it. I don't know much about other places. But this place is important to you. Girl, it's so important to me. Yes, you got it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. You don't need a power to see that. Okay, a creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. And I'll explain my power. Okay. We're gonna go bother. Oh my god, hey! It's the Zepla! Is this Emet-Selch's creation? Like we've all assumed? You know it's gotta be. It's a shoe bill. Oh, this creation is perfect. It is, yes. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Interesting. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. Okay. What is it thinking? I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read. Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Okay. I'm thinking about booty. Booty. Greetings, can you hear me? Cool. This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind, rather you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Yeah. Good. Now it's my turn again. That was so wholesome. Oh my god, I'm gonna... What are you good at? What am I good at? This is hard. Playing, yeah. Playing? I'm still not sure what that means. Hermes says, let's play. But then he goes for a walk, or looks at creations. It's fun, but no different from work. I think we might be bothering it. I think so too. Yeah. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Euanthe next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. All right. Well, well. If it is a Meteion, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Euanthe. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes. Covered in syrup. I want to share it with Zepla. Oh, candied apple? Hermes is certainly partial to them. But you know you can't eat, Meteion. You weren't made to do so. What? But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon. I promise. I'm sorry, Zepla. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Tell her what you like. I like carrots. Oh, that's what you like? Yes, yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. Yes, that big red carrot was great. It makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me. Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes is finished talking too. Let's go see, sweetie. What, back already? Pity. A bit longer, we might have snuck away without you. Excellent timing. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Meteion good. Zepla wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Meteion company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It's been decided that Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too? I'm compelled to remind you that she is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylaeum. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind to see the joy her presence brings Meteion. I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Zepla is kind. Really, truly. She taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes? You're bound to learn lots and lots. Hell yeah. I'm not going anywhere. This time we all get to go for a walk. Isn't it exciting? Yes, it is exciting. It's super exciting. Though I see new creations on a daily basis, here they look at them with a different eye. It will be interesting to observe Hermes at work. It's held that all civil organizations should conduct their affairs with total transparency, and the convocation is no exception. But that doesn't mean we're obligated to show our work to unknown entities such as you. Consider yourself privileged and behave accordingly. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward abystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. So beautiful, Petaluda. I hope they make it into the world. They did. Oh yes, the Eanthine petaluda, one of the newest species of the ever-popular butterfly. You're still bothered about your robe? Don't be. Yeah, I am bothered about that. Because he got two of them and he just turned them into a robe, just like that, without thinking about their lives. Gone. I think it's telling, right? Because they can just easily create life, do they value life as much as we do? The few specimens we repurposed won't be missed. It's like a dime a dozen, you know what I'm saying? All vim and vigor now. When we were discussing his nomination, he was melancholy incarnate. He doesn't want it. Well, it's not that he doesn't want it. It's just like, I can understand where he's coming from. Because apparently, when you step down for the complication, you kill yourself. And that's supposed to be okay. Because they all understand, like, well, you're actually returning to the star. But, like, is it? Here's a new species of Pataluda we recently set loose. It's been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it under the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? Oh, well, maybe this is what's different. Maybe this is why it's like, it's okay, because it's not actually a living being, it's just like a construct. No, I don't. It's the presence of a soul. Yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. Okay, makes sense. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. Okay, makes sense. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I have received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Okay. Is she not an arcane entity? I don't know. Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the Avistoma? A fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, 'tis a rare privilege to see one of his works in progress. We were meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Meteion. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both. Ah yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Meteion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? Okay. By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on.
Okay.
Oh. Zepla. Perfectly done, Zepla. Look. See how they gather to feed. How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. True? Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Pataluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence to survive. Right. Is Meteion a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hypnodeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She's herself, and that's all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They've missed nothing of note. We still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we'll head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. So, that was a really... He kind of beat around the bush with that answer there. On, whether or not she's an arcane entity. Like, it's... She's pretty much like an android, I guess. Beware its knees. Hermes went flying once. This fellow has been the talk of the Bureau. The combination of a carefree aspect and endless rows of fangs is strangely charming. It is. Was there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that is this random assortment of features?
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
It is amazing.
So, how are we coming along?
Hey! It's a flower.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekes. Like me.
Entelekes. What's that?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Yeah, I remember her saying that.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, Your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena. Are Entelekis.
Enteleki.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Cool.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether?
Yeah.
Dynamis?
Yeah, it's like, why hasn't everybody heard about this?
I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteion?
Our star, Etheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Because she's made up of Dynamis and
Yours
stuff.
is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So, are we the same? Entelekis.
I don't think so, because I have my own, like, she basically, like, absorbs the likes and dislikes of people around her. Oh, man. If I'm thin, it's because Emet-Selch didn't do a proper job.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear, I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
He's getting cranky.
You're a little angry.
So is it the dynamis I'm drawing upon to do the LB3? Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy and no one told me. Yeah, kind of on the same... Yeah, but it's very obscure apparently. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive, given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the celestial. He would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is, I still can't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why Emet-Selch was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. What? Lest you've forgotten, we were to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. What was he doing? I'll tell you the tale when we're away from... This guy's great. Oh. What now? I want to learn about the convocation. If you would accompany us. I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Meteion, specialist in aquatic life; Logarith, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry; Halmarut, specialist in fungal and plant life; Emeraloth, specialist in medicine and healing; and Lykaones, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there is Ultima, advocate of the arts; Ikarim, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric; Pastorat, preserver of discipline and order; Emet-Selch, keeper of the ethereal realm or underworld in the vernacular; Van Daniel, pursuer of extant phenomena; and Azim, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. Azim the traveler, that's me. What? Should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly. Even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. Actually, never mind. Just be annoying. Then why did you bother me? I'm beginning to think you were created for the sole purpose of trying my patience. Probably, yeah. Yeah, probably. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampulos to my satisfaction. Ampulos. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. This is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, we'll return to the main aisle and head north. understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis? Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I'll revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know, but of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emet-Selch, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Hythlodaeus is a man of ideas. I wonder what he's thought up this time. We must help the Charybdis to fly, or else they'll all die. Such bother when we could simply begin anew, but I shall defer to the chief overseer. Emet-Selch is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emet-Selch train the Charybdis. What? Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Zepla, I want you to go to Emet-Selch. Tell him you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Okay. Okay, this sounds like a great opportunity to troll Emet-Selch. This is gonna go really well. The plan is to troll Emet-Selch. I like it. Hythlodaeus is the idea guy, apparently. So I've got to go there and say, I have a favor to ask. Yeah, this is gonna go great. This is gonna go really well. Oh no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emet-Selch. Okay. Please, Emet-Selch. Oh my god. This is great. Okay.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
Oh my god. Oh, we are, though.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do it.
What?
And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach her to fly.
Oh my god.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Uh-huh.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
He's constantly doing favors for people and complaining about it. We did wear him down. Yeah.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Okay.
You were wondering why Emet-Selch joined the convocation.
Yes.
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emet-Selch has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emet-Selch to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star.
But he can't. Because he's gone. He's really gone. Didn't go back.
Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Oof.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emet-Selch? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
This is rough knowing what happens in the future. Like, it's really, really rough. Because the last time, like, you saw his shade right before Zodiac is destroyed. Like, I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Ktisis has learned to fly. Zepla and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. Yes, it was very pleasant. It was super pleasant. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Ktisis flies. Indeed, with this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them, if that's what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we would guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. So, Hermes has an especially keen fondness for life. Which is very surprising, obviously. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let's return to the Anagnorisis for now. Okay. Anagnorisis. Okay. It's very bittersweet being here, I have to admit. Because as beautiful as it is, and as perfect and utopian as it is, the sense of doom will not leave my mind. Because I, being traveler from the future, am fully aware of what will come to pass. And getting to know these people only makes it more upsetting, honestly. As charming as they are and as lovely as it is, it only makes it worse. All the creations are happy. That makes me happy too. Now you've seen what I do. Was it everything you were expecting? Yes, it was awesome. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. At the end, most of all. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Tell me, Zepla, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? It's tough. I'm sort of like in between these two because Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lykaon? I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. It's the nature of the Lykaon that is to blame. Their innate viciousness, temperament aside, it's an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where's the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait. If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. It's clear that Hermes has a really deep attachment to all the creatures here. And he doesn't see them as... like, he doesn't want to just throw them away easily. He doesn't want to quickly make a decision to destroy them, revert them. I wonder what's the reason that made him, because it seems like kind of unique to him. Not entirely, like Hythlodaeus tried to come up with this plan to help save the other Charybdis, but it's just seen a character feature of his character. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Maybe it's a Lykaon. It's Lykaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emet-Selch and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lykaon did not escape. Thanks. Meets at the 12 Wonders when you finish. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Okay. Having them accompany me is awesome. I really enjoy that. It would be nice if you could just pick people to accompany you, like, throughout all the time. Not just in the quest. Maybe other players couldn't see it. Like, it would kind of suck if you could see everybody's. Doros, that's Doros. Well now, if it isn't Meteion, what brings you here? I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lykaones, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Ktisis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that an Lykaon slaughtered the occupants. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lykaons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Oh, wow. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pastron may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What's born of ether is simply reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world, yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lykaones have. It's such a compassionate perspective that he has. It's like very admirable. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. Because, yes, that's their life. That's all the life that they get. It's that one subjective experience that's unique to them. It's worth something. It's more than just ashes to ashes. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion? The Emet-Selch may better carry out his duties. By all means. This was not the best time to eat. Eat my vitamin gummies. They're like... Whew. Right, show them to the meeting room. Okay, sorry about that interruption. We have a duty to the star. This I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. Hermes is a real one. Like... I resonate strongly with a lot of the things that he says. Because to me, a lot of it reminds me of reasons why I'm vegan. And that's probably not something people want to hear. Like, people usually don't want to hear about that, but it's really important to me. And it rests very much on the same philosophy that, like, these other creatures have a right to their life, as petty as some people may see it. It was just like another... This creature, like, it was born to die. But maybe it deserved a life, too. So that's why it's really like, I can't help but not think about that. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteion, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Zepla. Though I am to impose, may I leave Meteion in your care again? Yes, of course. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Zepla? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Some creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Yay! Let's pick flowers! Yeah! Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. So big and bright. I love them. Me too. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Okay. Let's find different ones. Slender tree. Well, am I gonna pull a flower off the bark? We'll just bring him some bark. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. It's not. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Ah, a conion, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Zepla, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Yeah, that's a mean flower. We don't want that. He's mean. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Over here, Zepla, something big, huge. Oh my god. Yeah, this is a good flower. Let's bring this one. Yeah. Good idea. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Zepla? Would he like it? It's probably not the good sort of memory. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. Can we search a little more? It is hard. Let's just bring him some grass. That'll probably be... He'll like that. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. There's nothing. The shiny thing over there. What could it be? Shiny? I don't see it. Ooh! Yes. That's his favorite. That's the kind we need. Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're Endwalkers. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Yeah, I remember. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? Like, select... I've know the pain of sorrow, of loss. I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Zepla, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Make sure he loves company, right? You want me to be emo? Got it. No problem. Thank you, Zepla. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Okay. So Hermes is sad because he's experiencing sadness and loss more often because he has an attachment to things that, well, are considered just things by others. Disposable. But he clearly cares for them. And that can't be easy to have to endure over and over, every time they're reverted. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteion company. Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Oh, really?
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Okay. How's this gonna go?
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteion has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
He's hot. Oh no, he's hot. Oh shit. This is too many husbandos. Okay. Okay, we're just like every cutscene that's new. Not complaining.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place.
Oh my god.
And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful.
A choice they embrace of their own free will.
Perhaps it is,
Yeah.
but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought.
Yeah, like little hedgehoglets. Could be.
Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration?
I feel you, dude.
Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus?
Yeah.
And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep.
Wow. Holy shit.
I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Oh, I could tell you all about suffering.
Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Ktisis. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day?
Alien
To
stuff.
pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters.
Wow. Cool. So there's more? This guy is so great. I really like him.
Sisters.
He wants to find the aliens. He wants to protect all the precious little baby creatures. Oh my
She has a
god.
great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to
Oh.
one star and then the next in search of life.
What? That's awesome.
As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
Okay. That means I can't leave.
It's
Even
getting
more.
rather late. We had best find our beds.
Okay.
It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow.
Okay, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that.
Come, Meteion. Let's head back.
Okay, let's go.
All right.
What a great conversation. With the fireflies and like the meadow.
Yes.
Did you notice something? What a warm and fuzzy cutscene that was. That was super enjoyable. Loved it. Wow. Hypnotius. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. It's like I'm surrounded by 3 kings here. There's Hypnotius, Emet-Selch, and now Hermes. Like this is so much to absorb. Please do not hesitate. Okay. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. He loves it though. Hermes appears solemn and sorrowful. An all too brief interlude perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emet-Selch and Hypnotius are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lykaones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lykaones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hypnotius has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lykaones have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let's be off then. We return to the main aisle. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Zepla handle that one. The pair in the sky, you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emet-Selch, unneeded though it is. They're behemoths. Meteion, you're to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Lykaones must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. Yeah. This is my burden, not yours. But if you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Oh, I'm intent on helping. I gotta. Ooh. Oh, we got anxiety music too. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You'll approach slowly in full view and draw the Lykaon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? I need to stay.
Now!
Oh, cool. The staff. Poor baby.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
May you and your kin
Sweet puppy.
find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes!
Wow.
Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Wow. That was really sad. That was his doggo. Like, every creation he makes is like his own. He really cares for it. He loves it. It's not a trivial thing to unmake it. The other Lykaones have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, There's a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Holy shit. It's horrific to hear that from him, knowing what he's going to experience. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. What do you mean? Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. What of you, Zepla? Will you continue along with us? Oh, yeah. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis to see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnorisis. Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. From here, we follow the path northwards toward Notonius. There, we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth, you'll have leave to use it freely. Here we are, Notonius. This teleporter will take us to Calamilios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right here. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above. Okay. Ooh, cool.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrhaeus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
What? Oh, it's Venat.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Venat, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Venat is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emet-Selch. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Oh, shit.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, the jig is up. They know.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
That sounds rather like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
But she's already figured it out.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us.
Okay.
More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
Yes.
Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Shit. All right, just say it.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
I mean...
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Okay, Emmett.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
Yes.
I've been working here for some days now at
This
an
is
old
so
friend's
crazy.
behest.
This is super crazy.
If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos. That's fun to say. Man, I look super troubled. Like, am I gonna mess up all of
We were
history?
meant to meet. I am certain of it.
Am I about to, like...
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past.
I'm about to end this woman's whole career because... I feel like I'm messing with stuff I shouldn't be messing with.
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I mean... okay, what the hell? Let's just go and start some shit. The future, our future. I'm deathly curious to hear more. And there I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of future this and changing history, that can wait. First, I mean to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. Okay. Right, reasonable. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus, which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please. Even that much would be enormously helpful. While you're hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Can I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's just a small bridge leading to Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. The Asms, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight personally, but they have a habit of making Emet-Selch look as if he's bit down on a sour grape. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old Asm into the equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. Oh, but I got it. The crystal, well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Traveling and searching go hand in hand. We travel often then. It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Aslan, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet, I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That's what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return to the stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have tended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Burning brightly, hot and light. Okay. Poitin oikos. Hey, Pericles! Okay. Had to stop and check that out. Ooh, Etherite. You needn't be nervous around Venat. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary Elpis, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Okay. So... yeah.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
It's the answer is piano. It's beautiful. Okay. Yes. In the future I came from. The world has been sundered, broken into shards.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Oh my god, this is so intense. Okay. Such a long story. Heidelin. Venat. You are her heart. Hyperborea, the Ashes. Summon Zodiac. Final days. Emet-Selch. You're very sad. And I killed you also. Zodiac destroyed. The final days are upon us. Yet again. It's really bad.
Preposterous! Utterly preposterous!
I'm afraid it's true.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Venat?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain. But your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
Yeah.
But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility.
Another future.
Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically.
But how?
The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, You claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
It's because he, in his current state, like I remember not that long ago, he was like, what would it be like to experience such torment or such suffering? Like he's never had any concept at all of the kind of suffering that he would endure over the millennia. So it's impossible for him to accept or entertain that he could become that person.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emet-Selch! Wait!
But
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
sad. But expected. And there's no way he could react any other way. Maybe we can't save him. Dynamis is key to all of this.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteion? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emet-Selch is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Okay. Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor issued by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteion, and I have a good idea where we might begin. Man. Such a strange and unique position to be in. Feels like a dream. I see the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismin. She's the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask her questions. I will help on drawing out answers if need be, but I'll leave the choice of topic up to you. Oh, okay. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Begin asking questions. Oh yeah, here we go. Greetings, Ismin. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Venat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he's an authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person? As a colleague? He's a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? Do you know... Do you know of Meteion's abilities? I gotta do it all in Vera voice. It's no secret that she is highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother hen raising her chick. Understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we're close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us. We seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteion? That would be Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. Thanks. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Zepla. I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. Our investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject it once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with his Timaeus. So, what is it you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work, a worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels, even we who prize elegance of form above all else, are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteion, too, is a marvel, then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteion as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. I could tell you more of Meteion's nature, if you like. No. Did I not just explain how that was frowned upon? I couldn't possibly circumvent conventional practice, but... Unless you were sharing such information in the hopes of receiving constructive opinion on the application of advanced creation techniques, then I would be practically obligated to... Oh my gosh. Timaeus launches into a rambling and unstoppable deluge of justifications. So you see, ethically, I have no choice but to allow you to disclose Meteion's lesser-known qualities. Dynamis and Entelechis? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things, and you know how they relate to Meteion and her design? No. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Oh, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteion as his personal project. I could provide no details beyond those which you just told me, which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the Entelechis, which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars in search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, could you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripeteia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that, I assume you mean Meteion? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galenes shared with me. Galene is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteion heavensward, a host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Venat, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galen? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly, if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject Emet-Selch. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans recreated in such sublime detail. What? Cool. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Venat, even though such pursuits most continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there's not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. Such a very different view of death. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. Great. Cool. But can we go in? Ooh. I do get to come up here. Nice. Wow, it's so eerie to see these lights working normally, you know? Like the same buildings that have the memory of them being underwater and like ruins. Cool. It's eerie. Like how many times did I walk along this path? Like just imagining what this would be like. Now I'm here. The tower ahead is still part of Perpetua's crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. Yeah. It's eerie. Like, it's the exact same architecture and construction as we had seen in Amarat. Mistress Venat, I was not told to expect... We would have prepared an official welcome. please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galen, of course. I'll inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in the testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
It's more beautiful here.
Elpis is a place of exceptional beauty in this age, so it may not make for a fair comparison. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Well, I don't even know like where she would start. Fighting Titan. He's this big rock guy, and he turned into a car, and he ran me over. And one time, I got my ass kicked by a giant bug with swords.
Oh, that I could have been there to see it.
Okay.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath.
Hear, feel.
I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful.
Wow.
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
Walk unto the end. Endwalker. That's what it's about. Walking free, letting go.
You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
Pleasant conversation means emotional conversation in this case.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteion. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteion, the Meteion, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Damn. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end, safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes set forth the Meteion. If we're fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look. Well, as Heidelin, she continued to protect the people by binding Zodiark. As long as they need help, she said she cannot return to the star. So, of course, she never did. Well, she couldn't once she had chosen to be Heidelin, but I mean, her mission continued. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? What about that one? Have you the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Oh yeah. Doggo. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Zepla here over to that island? Stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you're worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I'll await you at the clearing over yonder. Oh, I'm ready. It's like Paladin white robes, Reaper black robes. Okay.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter.
I'm focusing so hard on this. I'm like...
Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Crap. Crap. I messed up. I ruined that.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial. Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Oh my god! Especially, I was like in this transformed state. Oh my god.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Oh. What's it? Cool. So this was a test, actually. That was awesome. Enjoyed it.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azem when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
I remember when we first met the dog, the Watcher was like, oh, he seems to really like you. Like, you're familiar to him. I remember that now. Because... Weird. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Meteion made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we'll learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Yay! Cool. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Yeah, it's awesome. It's a heavenly place. What an incredible zone. Can I talk to her when we're... No. Now, what was the name of that tree? No, something, Noetophorion? Noetophorion? Quite a striking specimen, is it not? It's beautiful and true. I don't think that Hermes has a death wish, no. I think we're gonna find something else out. Oh, she's riding. We're both riding side saddle? Because of the robes? Oh my gosh. That's new. Wow, beautiful.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not, I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
That's so cool. She really is like an android.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. we'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all, and I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place, not only for man, but for all life. Meteion, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself.
Yeah.
If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
It's already happened, but I don't know if we can change it. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Ktisis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethos-Selecticos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Zepla, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species designed for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Ktisis itself. I touched upon the practice before, back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the Chief Overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Argos. So we're gonna tell Hermes as well, and we're just gonna tell everybody. My concern is, hey, it's one of those things. My concern is, if we change something, will it erase that timeline from which I came? This song gets me every time, really. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we've just discovered. Hey! Friends. Hey. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteion, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the Chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emet-Selch. Oh, so he believes me now? According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? Yes, that is the question. If he wasn't implicated in it, if he wasn't intentionally causing it, we must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that, I am certain. It seems there is more to this tale, after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Yeah. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. Just how we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emet-Selch, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. Oh, he's pissed because he thinks I made up all this stuff. How lovely. Our married duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Emet-Selch for his practicality. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is. On the next tile over, Meteion is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Miss Soapsy's Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. So we're gonna go tell him. We're really doing this. Miss Soapsy's Euros is interesting in that it is the only region in Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, within which they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. I've also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let us just say that no one should live near the teleporter, which provides access to a certain facility. What? You expect me to praise you in your progress? On the contrary, I'm simply surprised you made it this far. Then again, even with you slowing her down, there's no denying that Venat is an accomplished researcher. Her wealth of wisdom and experience is unmatched, and her achievements in creation magics in any field, frankly, are nothing short of extraordinary, though the singular brilliance which sets her apart can make her motives somewhat impenetrable at times, as her student and successor puts it. She's a force of nature, at once so close, and at the same time so very distant. They're close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Zepla, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
I just realized something.
The final days.
Shit. I just realized. When we first told Emet-Selch and he got pissed and stormed off, he wasn't actually upset because he thought I was lying. He was upset because he knew that I was telling the truth, and it was so upsetting news to hear. Because he just said that as the members of the 14, they're able to tell when someone is lying. He can tell if someone is making it up, if they're hiding something. So he knew as soon as I told it that I wasn't lying. And that's why obviously he couldn't say, oh, I'm upset because it's true, because that's not who he is. But I just realized that.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamos reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Venat. As you say, The phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to Dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates Dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate Dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
What?
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
Who could possibly...
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere.
Yeah.
According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Ktisis, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
So...
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
What the...
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
She's channeling.
May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Oh no.
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report. It hurts.
Holy shit!
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
What?
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. It's too much!
What?
Why do we... hurt?
Oh no! No! Oh no!
This is
She's not.
all wrong!
Oh my god.
She's gone? But how?
Oh my
She's
god.
altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
I can hear her though. Like, I'm connected still with her.
Are you all right?
Oh my god. Did she connect with some kind of alien?
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Oh my god.
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
This is so crazy. Okay. That was... What did she see? What did she establish contact with? Oh my god. Oh my god, I just realized. When it first happened, she said, "Greetings, can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts, hear, feel, think. May we please be friends." Connecting to shared consciousness. I think that, going back to my earlier theory, Hydaelyn, the primal, is some kind of machine from beyond. I remember the scene in the Crystarium. Everyone heard hear, feel, think, like a radio transmission. And that's different than the Venat that we know, obviously. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Meteion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Holy shit. What a horrifying cutscene. Her eyes go black, like... Are we here? Greetings and salutations. Oh no. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Please, don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. I'm remembering how Virtra told us Mirgardsormer's reason for choosing this star as because it was the last bastion of hope. So I already had a sense that there was something going on in the other stars that was bad enough for Midgardsormer to flee, carrying only the eggs. Only his eggs. So maybe we'll find out what that is. I'm channeling. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Atheris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Zepla, you mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Towards the lake. Any sign of Meteion? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Meteion are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness, which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened, which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In the Meteia's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteion we've just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh. In the final days, ether is twisted by the invasion of dynamis from beyond the star. Its progress intensified by feelings of fear, despair, and anguish. Nay, I like not the picture which emerges with these latest pieces. 'Tis a shame there is no registered concept we could use to create another Meteion, assuming, of course, we could link her to the shared mind. But no, if it were a viable solution, Hermes would have surely suggested it. A frantic search will avail us little. We must be clever about this. Oh, my dear Meteion, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? This is terrifying. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether, much how Emet-Selch solidified your presence when first we met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether into a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Zepla will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Meteion's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift, ethereal downpour. Very clever. Thankfully, she's made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards the leaf. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Zepla and Emet-Selch will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteion's avenues of escape. Emet-Selch and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let's be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteion and pick up the trail from there. It's so silly because I'm like, oh my god, this is horrific. There is some kind of evil entity from space that's gonna kill us all. But also, I'm partnering with Emet-Selch and we can hang out with Emet-Selch. Like, I'm like conflicted. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Oh! Emet-Selch is now accompanying me. Okay, cool. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Okay. You can leave Emet-Selch behind. No, that's not happening. Well, I can't finish this quest. Like, that's it. That's it, like... Oh my gosh. Could be like... this is not the time. This is really, really not the time for taking cool screenshot. Okay, let's just go. Let's go. Maybe we could take a nice screenshot though, like, you know, like. With the lake behind us and tree. I mean, look, it's just, I'm afraid I can't not. Okay. This is so ridiculous, but. Okay, it's time for Gpose. You know it. I know it. Okay, let me just... He really doesn't want to hear it, like, not at all. He's not interested in this conversation. That one works. This is so frustrating. Okay. That's kind of nice. Okay, that's good. That's fine. We can stop this now. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I'm not sorry about that. Okay. Come on, Emet-Selch. Suspicious disturbance. Oh, right. There's really bad stuff happening. I almost forgot. I was having so much fun with Emet-Selch. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Nothing this way. Let's try another route then. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Meteion's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Okay. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I'll feed you to a remora. Not here. I'm not here, please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Meteion. Zepla, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor, fragile heart. What is it that's so bad? Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. There, I see her.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Meteion. We must speak.
What are we about to find out? It can't be good. I am stressed out. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star.
What did they find?
Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected.
Oh no! I know. Oh, now I get it.
Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified.
Holy shit. It's the Fermi paradox. It's that if we were to go out in search of intelligent life, and you found ruins, or even if you found some, a little, it would not be good news. Because it means that in most likely case, there is some kind of apocalypse that destroys all life. Everywhere that it tries to flourish. And it's only a matter of time before it reaches us.
Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected.
But
deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
there still needs to be an explanation for the source of the negative emotions with the scene with the Dynamis that appears to be triggering the final days. So there is a source.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Yeah. It's like there's a threshold that cannot be crossed.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
But I'm reminded of the dragons who came from another star. fled here. To here.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Holy shit.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so.
Holy shit.
But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage.
Primal?
Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question.
Holy shit.
No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain.
Wow. It really seems grim. It seems like
Even
this
if
is
we
unavoidable.
aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion. Not until she has finished her report.
Don't make us
All
fight.
else must wait.
Oh my god. Oh shit. like your daughter to him. Holy shit. Well, that's a lot to take in. But right now, after hearing that, things feel more dire than they ever have. Because that would... we still have a lot of questions, though. Clearly, there's some kind of threshold beyond which life cannot flourish. And it seems we've reached that threshold. If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteion's report, then it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answers to his question, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choice he makes in that moment. And we must be there when he makes it. So will this be the news that actually... God, no. It feels inevitable. This could be the news that breaks him and that causes him to conclude that nothing has lasting value. But I still don't think that he would intentionally cause the final days. Oh, I don't know. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. But his question was born of compassion and curiosity. It was a good question. Maybe there's just no peace to be found. Do you understand why Hermes would do this? His logic escapes me entirely. If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteion's report, then it is his right to do so. I already answered it. Hermes has headed to Ktisis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. Do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him, no matter what Hermes might be thinking. Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Venat, Zepla. 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Meteion's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Ktisis Hyperborea we go. What have we here? Excuse me. Has something happened inside Ktisis? Mistress Venat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Ktisis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does the state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Ktisis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. And you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Asm after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emet-Selch, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose. Yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. We're gonna gather our party before venturing forth. Your tale led us here, Zepla, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteion. And then we will face the future together. All of us? Okay. Okay. A dungeon? Dungeon unlocked? Oh! Oh my god! Trust? A trust with Emet-Selch? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. From the moment we met you, our visit has devolved into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of this, I have gained one useful thing. An awareness of dynamis. To think that a power with the potential to corrupt ether had largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. So understand that I act not for the sake of you or your fantastical quest. My duty demands that I apprehend Meteion, and if that now means Hermes as well, then so be it. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. To put it simply, Ktisis Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even the grand structure might otherwise suggest. But even a colossal facility filled top to bottom with savage creations will not stop you. Not with Venat and Emet-Selch at your side. And I will be there too, of course. Cheering you on. This is amazing. Bleak as the contents of Meteion's report might be, many could hear it. and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him, the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for the means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me, the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, warts and all. But I'm kind of worried something bad is going to happen. And I'm not going to see them again. They better be okay. This better work. This better work to save everybody. I don't know how. It doesn't make sense. Ooh. Ooh, what? Ktisis Hyperborea. Wow. Whoa. Oh my god. Okay. So it's amazing to be inside one of these buildings, like, and see like everything like it was, but really, really like it was. Hypnodeus is a bard.
Please turn back, else I might be forced to.
Emet-Selch, Dark Knight. This is amazing. I can't believe this. Oh, but what's this over here? Guide. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more. For Ktisis Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answers to such questions and more our highly trained staff will uncover. Okay. I'm like savoring the moment, right? I'm really savoring all the time that I get to spend. Oh my gosh, yeah, they're gonna have voice lines for the chest in here. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is just too great. What a strange and funny way to like make you, through the story, try your best to appreciate the moment. In spite of the doom that feels pretty inevitable. In one of the quests, they were talking about like looking out at vast oceans, and I was like, what? How are they able to study, like look out at the vast oceans and the sea creatures? Like, what? Well, they have oceans. They got everything. This place is amazing! And I'm here with Emet-Selch and Hypnodeus. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please be safe. Must protect. Well, at least... Oh no, but... I'm thinking about... Let's make our way through the frozen sphere. Okay.
I see you opening.
Just thinking, is this a one-time thing? I'll only get to do it in the story. This one time. all these people. I'm bonding with them even harder than I was bonded already. Like...
I'm not entirely useless.
Well, I don't have my abacus working, so I can't actually check how he's doing. It makes sense that he's barred, though, because he's like sharp eyes and can spot weaknesses. So that would be very good skills. Ooh. It's the music in here, of course. Like it goes without saying, but of course the music is incredible as well. I love Reaper, by the way. Every once in a while people are asking, well, what do you think about Reaper? And do you still like it? Are you still obsessed with it? Yes. The more I play it, the more I like it.
How about
it's
you?
Super fun to play. I've been enjoying it so much. So I'm feeling really good about my decision. And I don't feel as worried about performing well on it.
Have a taste!
As I did before. It's absolutely... I can definitely handle it. That was my biggest concern before.
How about you?
But after getting a bit of time with it, it doesn't feel like anything too beyond my reach. Too far beyond my reach. Okay, I want to like keep a close eye on them and see what they're saying. I don't want to miss anything they might be saying. Oh dear, this fellow seems disinclined to let us pass. And we have no choice but to force our way.
How about you? Have a taste.
Okay. Up. So good. Such a fun job. Frostbite, hide and seek. Is it seriously trying to hide from us? Oh man. This dungeon is just gonna feel so different to do it without them. They know. How will I be able to return here if it all ends up being for nothing? May you find peace in your DLC. Man, in this game, it really is one banger song after another. It really is that way. Wow, look. Holy crap. Okay. Pretty much anything goes here.
Stay away!
We don't want to cause any harm for her. Like, I don't want anything bad to happen to Hermes. He's awesome. We had that really,
Out of my way!
such a beautiful moment with him, looking at the Elpis flowers and like...
Fall!
He's really good and he's just trying to protect Meteion.
How about you?
You can't fault him for that. And I also, like, you gotta have so much respect for him for being the one who asked the question. Well, actually, it's interesting what his question was. It's interesting that his question was not just, is there other life? He assumed that there was. The question was, what do they live for? I'm thinking back still to what Meteion was saying.
Have a taste.
So they could feel the pain of all the lost civilizations. According to Mistress Lisa, her creation is based on the concept for a bipedal wolf, and indeed, it is impressively, let me just like casually reading this, transformed, man-like in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as is evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. Oh, it's talking about the wolf people. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I have one other question lingering, that being, where did Omega come from? I'm remembering the Omega story. I'm remembering the huge problem Midgardsormr had with Omega. I'm remembering Omega attempting to find out and do tests on our ability to surpass our limits. And that has already been linked in this story to having the love and compassion for your fellows. I feel like Omega is going to be brought up soon. Goodness me, what manner of thinking is behind this? There truly is no accounting for taste. I almost don't want the dungeon to end because I just fear this is gonna be it. I'll just stay by Emet-Selch. You'll show me where to go.
I'm not entirely useless.
Yeah. You'll show me where to go. I am loving this so much and I don't want it to end and I have to protect everybody. Oh my god.
I cannot let you take Meteion. Not yet.
I see you, Ugly.
We can't drive him to, like, losing his mind. We really need his help. We just want to talk, okay? It's hard. It's really hard. I basically am preparing myself for the worst, which in my mind
I see you,
would be all of this, like, we can't save them. We have to accept the fact they're really gone. As cruel as that is.
Out of my
This
way!
game is gonna hurt me so bad. This game is gonna hurt me so bad. It's just, it's so cruel. It's so cool what this game does. Like I'm already crying in the middle of conversations with these people whenever I remember that they're dead.
I must hear their answers.
It's too
before
much.
they're expunged from existence.
It's just all about fully cherishing every moment that I get with my favorite characters. There's always New Game Plus, you know? That's what I'm thinking to myself right now. We made it. Winged Defiance.
So, it comes to this.
No.
I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
I really don't want to fight him. I really like him. This is the only way forward.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Even when transformed. But I am not finished yet.
Man, I gotta say too, it's so satisfying to put up Arcane Crest and see it break and like put the, I think it's a hot that goes on everybody?
No!
The buff.
My power!
Isn't that what Garuda says when... It's what Garuda says when we defeat her. Fitting. Interesting. Man, my character looks pissed. We'll see. We just have to see what happens. We just have to see what happens. Oh, I really didn't want to fight him. He's one of my favorites.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. With that, I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people.
Oh no.
They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
Oh my god.
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
What?
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated.
Oh my god, what?
Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Ktisis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emet-Selch of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emet-Selch and Hyphodeus.
Oh my god, no.
Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with the burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
It's inevitable.
Go.
Cannot be stopped.
To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Wait, what? She's not gonna be able to stop it? No one can stop it.
That is far enough, Hermes!
Can stop it?
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
This is so upsetting. Will she be able to stop it? I don't know.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteion's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emet-Selch.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it, the legacy I leave you.
Final process
That's so right. That's exactly.
Execute universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteyon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and his Lykaones, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
What became of the others, I wonder?
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Ktisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venat and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venat was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venat about it when next we meet.
That's so sad.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Yeah.
Let us rest.
Pissed off.
If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
This is horrible. This is really bad. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely the physical. But resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more intellects. He poured much of himself into Meteion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Meteion would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. That sucks. It's as I predicted. Unable to make any change. Unable to change. Zepla, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emet-Selch and Hypoldeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Populaire. What remains in our memories will be our weapon against the... Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? How's that gonna help? Now everybody is completely screwed. This is horrible. I'm so upset. Because It's like the worst case scenario. It's a thing that I hoped wouldn't happen. But all for nothing. Unavoidable. I'm ready to turn into a blasphemy right now. Can y'all see like the black smoke rising out of me right now? Like I'm losing it. Sad. Now I'll be condemned to just like spend the rest of my life in New Game Plus, reliving the good times. It was really good. A few quests, man. I even did the little Gpose with Emet-Selch, even though I couldn't splash him. And now Venat is all like, what stays in our memories will be our weapon? What are you talking about? It's so frustrating to hear that because it does not sound like a solution. At all. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. We must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Okay, I'm gonna take a break here and I'm gonna try to chill out a little bit because I'm super, super pissed off and sad after everything that just happened. And I don't know. Why would they tease me like that for so many quests that make me get so attached to all these people? To have it all burn? No, I'm ready to join with Hermes. Okay, maybe not. Okay, I'm coming back. Okay, I'm coming back. Stream ending? No, stream starting. Wait a second, because just as I'm about to... Hold on a minute. No. Look, just as I'm... So, look, just as I'm about to go... I have people writing me. Everybody's saying to me, hey, no, you have to play for 20 more minutes. You have to play for 20 more minutes. I've had so many people like literally screaming at me. Like people are like, I don't care what you have to do right now. But literally just play a little longer. Okay. Well, I'm so upset right now that I felt like I just could not continue and I needed to chill out because I'm like so disturbed. I just want to cry. I'm pissed off. Venat is not being helpful. Not helpful. Okay, maybe this will change. Before I turn into a blasphemy, which is currently happening. I'm speaking to Venat, but several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay, chat. Okay, Buns. Only because you begged me to continue a little longer. Okay. I'm not ready for more pain right now, but it's coming.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
She made the exact same face I just made in real life. What do you think I'm gonna say? This is a tough one. Perhaps I should stay and help. Perhaps.
I appreciate your sentiment. I truly do. But 'tis a very long game that we must now play.
What are you talking about?
And while you have maintained a stable presence here thus far, there are dangers in lingering over long. No. You must return to your own battlefield. Make use of the knowledge you have attained, that your days here and our friends' sacrifice be not in vain.
I don't know how, but okay.
With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
Yeah.
I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him, on us. You may find your world to be very different, or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end.
Endwalker.
As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise.
Okay.
Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandania.
He's getting sworn in. Everyone burning. And can't stop it. Here we are. I didn't go that far in the future.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love.
That's what she said before.
In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. all is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
Like,
as fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
So we are bound to each other. Wow. Holy shit. Okay, I have a lot to think about. That was an epic cutscene. Like, I think that like every time she would get hit by something, it sounded like a shattering, like it sounded like another rejoining, like one of the shards being destroyed. But it's still feeling really hopeless. Like, maybe there's some reason why something about the bond that I now have with her will make something different. But the final days cannot be averted, like at least in the past.